Hey, good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday, February 5th. And I think we are live here. I think everything is on. There's K. John. There's Jawaz. Good morning, guys. Man, I had a rough night last night. My youngest daughter, she is sick again. She was up all night screaming and crying. And I ended up trying to sleep in her tiny little bed, and that did not work out very well. So she's staying home from school today. I got two kids home from school today again. Now it's her and her brother. So I didn't get very much sleep last night, which means I got a late start today. And, normally I try to get in here before the 7 a.m. candle. But I sat down right here at about 7:40, and I saw this tick down under a weak delta. I knew I saw a little bit of chop in there at the time, but I decided to take it anyway. And it just popped right back up and stopped out. That's the only trade I took. And then we've just kind of been chopping sideways this whole time. Now we're starting to get a little bit more consistency in the delta. So things are starting to look a little bit better. Now we are above both VWAPs, above the EMAs, starting to look more bullish. Still bearish on the 15. We got that signal on the 15 right there at the top of the indicator in that upper power zone. And that delta is pretty weak looking on the 15. So if we get a tick down up here, that could be a decent move down. The 5 is, it's also against that upper power zone, but that's still looking pretty bullish. And the 3-minute is looking pretty bullish. I'll go ahead and flip that over. Let's go check out the news really quick. We got final services PMI at 845. ISM services PMI at 9. And that's about it. Tomorrow we have unemployment at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Other than that, not a lot tomorrow either. So we'll see if we're going to chop around today, if we're going to get some decent setups. You guys expecting anything in particular today? Jay, I was just reading your message that you sent me on the FASB accounting. I did not know that. JWAS sent me a message saying the FSB accounting is where they can show their profits for BTC holdings. Until those account rules were changed, they could only show losses incurred with BTC. So that's obviously a corporate detriment to any business holding it. Now you can share your gains or show your gains on your earnings. So was that something that came out yesterday with David Sachs, was it? No, FASB was changed a while back because Saylor was adamant about it and it helped get it changed. Oh. Yeah, I know he's been a big proponent of getting things changed in that arena. I'm not a big expert on the corporate side of things, but I know he knows a lot. You know, there's not a lot of movement today. The ATR is only at 28. Looks like they had a lot more action last night. And then there's a lot of sideways chop. This is one of those grindy uptrends that I hate. We had the what's it called? ADP non-farm payroll this morning at 7:15. That was right about here. Looks like we had a move down and then we popped back up. This little pop back up was the best move so far. So if we had that today on Wednesday, that means on Friday we should get the non-farm employment news on Friday. That's the big one, or the bigger one. It's the first Friday of every month. Yep, non-farm employment change. It says 8:30 on Friday. Normally that comes in at 7:30. Unless my time zone is off. Let me see. Ah, yes, I think my time zone's off. There we go. Now it's showing the right time. 7:30 on Friday. Got the market open here in about 4 minutes. Is the market going to move? We need somebody to poke it. Looks like Bitcoin is still just kind of flat, moving sideways. Still bullish though on the 1 hour. I'll be right back, guys. Hey, John says looking more for a down move today. If we break 21,507, we'll be a leg down. They're waiting for the ISM news at 10 Eastern. All right, well, we will be ready. So far, our market's trying to push up here right before the open. We did just take out this high right here. So curious to see if we just flush right here. Plus we got the signal on the delta in the upper power zone. I was actually thinking about taking a short right here as I said that. I think I'm a little late now. Good morning, Schroden. Well, looks like shorting that wick would have got 80. And 125. I was too slow on the trigger, though. Well, looks like that scenario I always talk about at the open played out. Usually if you have the signal and the delta in the upper power zone, its first move is usually down to the downside, and vice versa. If it opens with it down here in the lower power zone, the move's usually to the upside. It's trying to bounce on VWAP here. We're going to go tag the daily open now. Got the daily open sitting here at 566. Just went ahead and shorted the daily open. I'm at 21,566. Go ahead and move my stops to break even. As we're so close to hitting the 80. My 80 tick target. Man, I was a tick away from hitting that one. And break even. JWAS. So these wick entries are outside C delta entries, eh? Well, hey, I'm still just kind of experimenting with them. So that in particular was not a wick entry. I was just trying to play the daily open, thinking we'd get a reaction off of it. We did get a little bit of a reaction, not quite to my 80 ticks. So as I'm in experimentation phase, don't do what I do. However, to answer your question about the wick entries, like this one here, that one, if I would have taken that, that one would have been a winner for a short. And so the way that I've been trying to do those is I've been trying to do those in the direction of the cumulative delta. So in this case, we did have this tick down from the upper power zone. So you could argue that that was in the direction of the cumulative delta if you're going by the signal. If you're going by the confirmation line, well, in that case, it's relatively flat, so either way could work there. But yes, I'm trying to take them in the direction of the cumulative delta. And you know, what I've been finding with that is that my entries are usually much better than just taking the candle closes off the signal. But there's kind of a trade-off with that, because then your win rate, I think, ends up, well, I don't know yet. There's not enough data to really know if my win rate is higher or lower. But what I do know is that even if you're going against the cumulative delta and you do that, sometimes if you're only looking for 80 ticks, you could pull a winner off, even though the market is going the other direction. But again, still just experimenting, so. But yesterday, end of day, that was working out pretty well there. Worked out really well on Friday. Yeah, you know, there's always a trade-off when you wait for confirmation, like from a tick down or something. Sometimes the confirmation can hurt you, especially if the candle is a big candle. Then a lot of the profits just go down the tube. By doing the wick entries, if it's a loser, it should be, it's kind of like playing the 8. You know, usually if I enter on the 8, I'll exit if it closes on the other side of the 8. So that if I lose, the loss is usually pretty small or close to break even. Same thing with the wicks, I'm finding. Now in this particular case, on that wick, this did close above. So if you're looking for a wick and it closed above, you didn't actually get a wick here. So that potentially could have been a small loss if that was your line in the sand. But see how close to break even it is? If you held for one more candle, would have been a winner. Hold on, guys. My youngest is calling my name upstairs. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. She's not feeling very well. I might have to bring her to the doctor later today. Okay, so where did we leave off? Schroden, by wick entry, you mean for a short price sweeps a wick and closes below the swing level, wick high, and you enter there. No, I mean like, so this wick high, you would literally just short the break of the wick. So you would short right there. And if it closes with you under, if it closes above the wick, then you would pull the trade for a very small loss. In this case, it'd be only 1 point if you didn't want to wait that extra candle. But I've been doing a lot of that. On Friday, I had a really good day doing that at the end of the day. On Monday, same thing. Or yesterday, same thing. What is today? I don't even know what today is anymore. Today's Wednesday. So, yeah, just trying to trade in the direction of the cumulative delta, but with wicks. So, like, here's one here. So, like, here's the break of that wick, which usually, if it's in the direction of the cumulative delta, that ends up being a wick in many cases. And then you can hit your profit target a lot quicker instead of entering on this tick up from lower power zone. Otherwise, you'd enter way up there, you see. And then it's got to go a lot further to hit your target. Anyway, just something I'm kind of experimenting with. They're basically like little liquidity sweeps everywhere. There's another here that closed under, but it still moved up. Got that news in about 8 minutes. Stealth is long from 504, huh? 504. Where's that? That's way down here. Nice move, Stealth. Are you still in? Man, I need to clean my glasses. My wife works at an eye care place. So the nice perk about that is we have an unlimited supply of eyeglass cleaner. Little bottles of this stuff. You never run out when your wife works there. It's a nice perk. Here's kind of another case to look at right here. See how price was really kind of struggling right here? And then you had this wick high. Again, just not even waiting for confirmation. Just short the break of that wick. Look at that. That would have been a good one right there. You can even target the anchored VWAP on it. It'd be 41.5 points. News in 3 minutes. Pushing back down to VWAP now. We are getting that tick down on the 15 that I was talking about earlier. At 9 o'clock, that is going to be confirmed. Then we just need the 5 minute and the 3 minute to fall in line. All right, we got that news coming up and we are pumping. I can see the spread getting wider. I think it's probably going to be to the downside. What do you guys think? Oh, I was wrong. Upside. Which is interesting because the 15's already at the ceiling. So is it really going to try to push up from here? I'm a little skeptical. Well, looks like that wick over here held. And there she goes. It's like my skepticism was on the right side. Not a great entry for us, though. we did get the delta cross to the downside right there. We did get the signal pull down in the green zone, back up towards the power zone, and we ticked down. All of that played out nicely. The only problem is this candle was huge on that tick down. So very easy to get stopped out there if you enter there. So the setup played out, but this candle's too big. That's a case where waiting for the candle close does not help you. Getting in on that move earlier would have been better. Here's another wick play. Little liquidity sweep right there. Would have already been a winner, and then some. Schroden, just limit order. So, like, for example, I got a limit order sitting in here right now for a short above this wick right here. Oops, right there. There's confluence with the anchored VWAP right there. It's usually not a bad spot, especially with a big engulfing candle like that. So we'll see if I could get picked up right there. Now, and this is in the direction of confirmation line slope, delta slope. So when I'm looking at the wicks that way, you really only need to be focused on the slope of the delta and confirmation line if you want to trade in that direction. It actually kind of makes things a little simpler. So close to getting tagged in there. Excuse me. Close, but no cigar yet. That might have been as close as it's going to get. That would have been a winner already had I got picked up there. Yeah, I think it was just a tick or two. Let's see what NQ looks like. Same on NQ, just a tick or two. Well, we got the 3-minute to fall in line. Now we're just waiting on the 5. 15 definitely had its tick down on that. The ceiling of that upper power zone. Let's see if we can get it this time. If we got picked up last time, we could be double dipping here. Still got the anchored VWAP right there and the 50 right there. All right, now we got picked up for sure. $21,546. That candle was strong. So like this is where you might want to exit early so you don't get completely run over since it closed above. I'm still going to hold on. Should at least get a pullback back to that 50. We do have the delta that abruptly turned up right there. All right, now we're back below. There's 2 contracts off. Move my stops to break even. There's my 3rd contract at 125. Now I got a runner left. And hopefully we just flush completely. Take out this London low. London low's at 429. I know I'm jinxing the trade by doing this, but anytime I do something like this and I measure out, oh, look at all the profit I would have if we can get down there. 116 points. Just by doing that, I jinxed the trade. Sorry, guys. Confirmation line still heading down. You know, now that I have this runner on here, which is close to my break even, if I get a new setup, I could re-enter in a completely new position. Looks like it wants to come back and take me out. There you go. Push her back down. And see, even on, like on a micro level, you see how this wick swept that wick high? So even like on a micro level, you can use those for entries. K. John, they have tagged that 21507 twice, coming for it again. It's a key area. 21507. Yep. Oh, and it just took me out. So in the profit though, looks like it got me at 541.75. So that was another 4.5 points on the last contract. So that brings this to 5. All right. A reload. Yeah, it took me out. Next stop, London low. That's the way it goes. Well, hopefully it gives me another entry, and then we go to London low. Kind of a weird spot. We're like right in between both VWAPs. We got this chop on the 5. Oops. Starting to see a little bit of chop on the 3. What is market trying to do? Is it trying to sweep this one? Maybe it's trying to sweep that one. Back to the daily open. Went ahead and shorted that. 21.5, 60, 25. Got the signal in that upper power zone. The confirmation line still headed down. So we get a tick down here. That would make sense. Signal is against the ceiling. She's pushing though. Those deltas are getting stronger. And it got me. Man, what a push. That was a little unexpected. Full loss on that one. And that's the downside of trying to do the wick trick. So that's 4 contracts at 80 ticks. That delta just turned its butt around, didn't it? There's the tick down I was looking for. Delta is crawling back above the confirmation line, though. So that's not really a great setup. It's showing signs of strength. We're back above the daily open. Back above the EMAs, back above everything. And maybe that's what they were trying to do, just to suck in all the bulls. Now are they going to dump it? ATR's is 77, by the way. 79. Wait a second. I made a mistake, didn't I? Yes, I did. I don't know why my on my P&L, my one off at 125 ticks, this should be a 1, not a 3. I don't know why that's a 3. Because I took 2 off at 80, 1 off at 125, and then I had a runner on there. And then this was my loss earlier. This was my break even earlier. Here's my full 80 tick stop. In this one, that 4.5, I was supposed to add 1 to this, so this is supposed to be 5. Man, I am not with it today. All right, now that's correct. Because, yeah, this number down here should be total 16 contracts because I'm trading 4 contracts per trade. That's right now. See this little wick sweep right here? You got this little order block there. It's a little tiny liquidity sweep. That would be a perfect long entry there. That would be trading in the direction of the delta slope, not the confirmation line slope. But now that we have the confirmation line in the center of the indicator, we could just range here for a while. Delta's looking pretty strong. But the signal is right against the top of the indicator. It is kind of maxed out. So I got a limit order sitting in here for a short. All right, I just got tagged in. I'm going to keep a short leash on this one. 21,598. This might have been a dumb idea. We will see. Hopefully this ends up being a wick here. The delta is strong, but we did put in this lower high. Signal's kind of maxed out. We have kind of been chopping, so not looking for much. Just another little 80 ticks down. And again, the only reason why I'm doing this is because we're in kind of a ranging setup here on the cumulative delta with the confirmation line near the center of the indicator. So if you're just looking at the delta, it would appear that I'm going against a trend, but I wouldn't really consider this to be a trend. Maybe a micro trend. We're still just kind of choppy ranging right here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move my stops to break even since we're getting close to my target. And it took me out. It was close to 80. Couldn't quite get there. Schroed, you took that one too? 40 ticks would have done it. Yeah, you should have got 40 on that. If you took the same trade I did. $99 3/4. 99 3/4. Ooh, you got in even a little higher. Nice. Good morning, Jason. That delta is still just marching up right there. It's looking pretty strong. I was kind of hoping it would fall apart right there a little bit more. But, you know, as long as I didn't lose any money, that's the main thing. Yeah, it really did get close to that. There will be more. There just put in our second lower high on the signal. The signal's still looking pretty strong though. But maybe this is it. Maybe this is when she falls apart. Looks like we might get a close under that 8 SMA. Yep. We closed below. A poker term I think should cross over to trading is free roll. Move stop to break even, so now I'm on a free roll. There you go. Starting to see some delta exhaustion. I'm going to try another short here on the 8 if I can get it. Nope, I missed it. Canceling that order. That would have been a winner, though. Well, we got a positive slope on the confirmation line now. So longs are fair game. Looking back at the 3, we did get a tick down from that upper power zone. The delta has crawled back above. However, because we had this dip in here, this is still a short, potentially, once this delta gets exhausted here. 5 minutes still bullish. And the 15 starting to put in a lower high. So that's pretty bearish on the 15. So this still could have a nice dump. Maybe down to that London low would be nice. But until then, still play the longs on the 1. This one came down and swept that wick low. Curious to see if that would have been a winner. Really close. Oh yeah, that would have been a winner. Good morning, Raphael. Starting to get that tick up on the 1. Delta turning positive again. Got the 10 o'clock candle coming in about 3 minutes here. All right, we got a weak delta, and we are putting in a lower high on the signal. This is a potential delta squeeze play. I don't like him down here near this center line, though, but still could be a good short. Went ahead and took that short. $582.84 is my average. We'll go with 75. Well, I can see the chop coming back into the delta. It's no fun. Very, very choppy today. Looks like I'm probably going to get run over on this one. What I should have done is just exited when we got this tick up from the green zone. That would have been a break even if I did. Now we're getting a giant candle in here. All right, I pulled it. Take the L on that one, 14.5 points. So that makes this 8 contracts instead of 4. And this one moves to minus 113. Don't I miss it when ATR was above 100? A little bit. Right now I do. Yeah, I thought, I saw this tick up from that lower green zone, and I was sitting right at my break even. It was a down close candle, so I said, okay, let's wait one more candle. And again, I was at my break even. So I thought, hey, I'll wait another candle. And then boom. It's all it takes. It's one candle. One candle to ruin your day. Well, the bulls keep pushing it back up here every time it looks like it's going to sell off. We have a positive slope on everything now. The 3-minute actually is back to being bullish. The 15 is back above the confirmation line. So I guess technically that's going to fall back in bullish territory too, even though the signal's kind of maxed out there. And we're above all the EMAs, above the VWAPs, above the daily open. So looks like we should be looking for longs. And we did just finally take out this wick over here. That's the 5-minute chart. On the 5-minute, this was the long here at 9:15. It was actually a down close candle too, which is interesting. Here's the 3-minute. Here's the 2. Slow grind up. That is my kryptonite, stealth. I hate the slow grind trend. Might take that 6:14.25 wick. Where are you seeing that? Oh, that one. I see what you're saying. This one right here. Yeah, we are clearly moving out of the range now. It appears that it's game on for the bulls. Delta starting to get fatter. Just curious what this looks like with the 15-minute range. Looks like we've been dipping both to the upside and the downside of that range. Nothing was really holding. No clear retest. I guess this would be the retest here. So if you were trying to play a break and retest to the 15-minute range, that tick up right there is probably your entry. That's the 10 o'clock candle. Well, I need another refill of my coffee. I'm super tired. Again, I had a rough night last night. So I'll be right back. Interesting. Pulling back again, it looks like. That was the sweep of this high. It's like Bitcoin is trying to push down a little bit again. Just kind of very sideways for Bitcoin at the moment. She's pushing down now after sweeping that other high. Back inside the range. Actually got a limit order sitting here for a long. I think we're getting a little overextended on this move. I just got picked up. 21.5, 89.50. 89? 69. 69.50. We did kiss the daily open right there. Hopefully that'll give this a little turbo boost back to my 80 tick TP. Instead of taking just 2 contracts off on this one, if I hit my TP, I'm actually going to take all 4 contracts off at 80, just because this was a significant move to the downside. Go ahead and move my stops to break even now. Just because we are retesting the 50 and the 20. There we go. There's our 80 ticks. 4 contracts this time, not 2. So that will bring this to 6. And now my P&L should be looking a little better. Let's see if my 125 would have worked though. Oh, so close. Almost. But, you know, I'll take it. That was another liquidity sweep play. Yeah, I think that 125 would have worked. I should have just left my original plan alone. It would have worked. Thanks, Jason. I don't know if you were around earlier when we were talking about those liquidity sweep entries. And, you know, the market's like it's kind of like a rubber band. If you get a really quick move like that and it does sweep a low, the odds of it bouncing back just a little bit are pretty darn high. You know, it's funny because if you literally just try to put your entries where everyone else puts their stops, which is like under this low, pretty sure you would have a pretty good day. Just doing the opposite of what everybody else does. Yeah, I should have left my original plan alone. That would have been another 125 up there, and then I'd have a runner still running up. But I was like, that's such a significant move down. I might as well just be happy with my 80 ticks. Look at this thing, though. It's cruising. That was a daily open retest right there. Right there. And now she's cruising. Well, you know what? We could probably do the same in the opposite direction. Delta's still under the confirmation line, so shorting here does still make sense from a cumulative delta perspective. See if we could sweep this high. We might just fall a little short. Or not. We just got picked up. $21,632.75. This time I'm going to stick to the original plan. Oh, Schroeder, you were a tick higher. Sometimes it only sweeps it by like a tick, you know? So I try to put it just right on the high. We're so close to my target. I'm going to go ahead and move to break even here. Oh, NQ didn't get swept? Yeah, there are tiny differences between the two, you know? Looks like it wants to take me out at my break even now. Yep. So that was a break even there. 40 ticks would have done it. I'm going to try to re-enter on this, actually. All right, I am back in. Yes, Ev. Okay. All right, I am back in. 21,635 is where I'm in. And my daughter needs my attention for a second, so I'll be right back. All right. Looks like we're still pushing a little bit here. Yeah, Schroden, such strong delta. I know that's kind of what has me a little concerned about this particular trade. Delta still rising up nice. But, you know, we don't need it to fall apart very much. Just a little bit to take profit. Yeah, the delta's strong. However, sometimes it takes a few candles for it to turn. You know, I'm sure a lot of people probably went short here. So a lot of people probably got stopped out on that wick. And we're probably just seeing a lot of that. But man, she is pushing. Yeah, that delta is too strong. I probably should have been more patient instead of just re-entering right there. There we go. Push her back down, guys. Man, still so strong. I think I'm probably going to lose this one. Yeah, there's a good chance the 8 might act as support here. There we go. Come back down. We did just have a delta cross in the power zone, which is usually not a bad place for a reversal. However, those bulls are stepping it back up here. And I'm gone. That's my second full loss of the day. You know, this 15-minute, it really turned its butt around. We ticked down from that upper power zone. Looked like we were going to get a nice dump, and then it just kept going. By the way, this power zone tick up down here was right on the money. Whoa, what did I just do? Right there. That would have had you in... That would have had you long right here. I was already long by that point. Now comes the... Getting a little bit of bearish divergence in there. It's going to dump now that it took me out. Bulls are still strong, though. No confirmed bearish divergence yet. That 8 continues to act as support here. All right, Stealth. We'll see you later. Have a great day at work. Still pushing hard. Trying to find a long entry, but not a great place to get long unless you took the 8. Guess there was an opportunity there. There was an opportunity here. Making a run for that previous day high. Just sitting at 694.75. The 30-second has clear spots. Let's look at the 30-second. Here's a bull flag breakout setup. There's a tick up right here. That's a possible entry. The 8 again. The 8 over here. Still not great, though, when it's just going straight up in the air. Here's a potential entry right here, right on top of that delta. All right. Just took out previous day high. I gotta go see what's going on with my daughter. Be right back. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Her ears are not feeling very well. She's got like a earache or ear infection or something. I got to take her to the doctor here after lunch. I got an appointment set up. So she keeps complaining that her ears are popping and that they really hurt. Doesn't sound like fun. All right. Are we still on the 30 second here? Yeah, we're still on the 30. Here's the 1. Here's the rocket just going straight up in the air. Schroden, if you get a chance, maybe on a separate chart, load up the 1 hour using those volume candles that we were talking about yesterday. Interesting how the up moves are real flat and most of the down moves are skinny. All right. On the hourly, volume candles. Oh, you are right about that. Fat, not flat. Yes, fat. P-H-A-T. Fat. Fat candles. That's very interesting. Let's look at the 15-minute. Yeah, look at that. And then we got the slow trickle grind down overnight. Here's the 5 from today. We had a big, nasty, fat one to the downside. This does look like our 15-minute range test. The daily open, though, was much more accurate for that retest there. Now that we took out previous day high, are we going to pull back? That's the question. ATR is actually not as high as I thought it would be. It's only a 44. Let's see if that means Bitcoin's moving up. Oh, a little bit. Got stopped out of my Solana trade. Still pushing. We did close under the delta right there. The delta pegged to the ceiling. Wouldn't be surprised if this last push up is going to catch a bunch of bulls off guard. Could be a bull trap. We got a lot of gap to fill down here. Was there any news or anything? Or is this just the market doing market stuff? Well, the trend traders are probably loving this. It's really hard to get into a trend, though, when you're just going one direction and there's like very little pullbacks. Close your eyes and hit buy. Well, you know, as soon as I do that, it's going to be the exact top. That is always what happens. There's no other way. So how about, hey, we had a plan the other day that worked out. Was it Schroden that was going to hit buy and we were all going to short? And it actually worked out. Here. Let's just pretend. We will pretend that I hit buy right here, but instead I hit the short button by accident. Let's see what happens. Schroden taking one for the team. You know what's kind of crazy? Back here, when I was in this trade, and I deviated from my regular plan. Remember when I said I was going to take all my contracts off at 80? When my regular plan is half off at 80, one off at 125, and then leave a runner. Well, this would have been 125. So at this point, I still would have had a runner on here. As long as this delta was fat and moving up, I would have kept this runner on, and I still would be in. I mean, at least until this first lower high right there. But at this point, I would likely just wait for delta exhaustion, which we haven't seen yet. So if we just take this over to that first lower high, which is right here, that red triangle, let's just see where my runner would have ended up. My runner would have ended up right there, 156 points. And that's what happens. That's when the market gods get mad at you for deviating from your standard plan. Well, so far, if I hit that buy button, we actually would be probably doing all right. But remember, I hit the sell button by mistake. Thinking I could outsmart the market. So far, the market would be still showing me who's boss. Look at this. We've put in 1, 2, 3. We were flashing our fourth lower high on the signal. Man, what a strong move. There had to be some sort of catalyst behind this. What was it? You could tell it's starting to piddle out a little bit, though. You know, our little legs up are getting smaller and smaller. A lot more red candles coming into the mix. Well, our simulated trade just might win. We've put in a series of consecutive lower highs. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th. This is the first time we're starting to see delta exhaustion here. Since we see delta exhaustion, I'm going to try to short off the 8. Get rid of our simulated trade here. Jason, you got to run? Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. We'll see you later. Take care. JWaz, sometimes I wonder what it would be like to turn off the signal line and simply trade the color changes of C delta. Well, that would work as long as price is moving and swinging really nice, and as soon as it starts chopping, you're going to get eaten alive. But if you have a way to sort of detect whether or not you're seeing good swings in the market, that might actually work pretty good. Well, I have a limit order sitting up here at the 8, and it looks like I was just a little too, I was sitting right up there, just a little too high. If it would have just snagged me in right there, I would have got that one. And it looks like it would have been a winner. Yep, it would have been a winner. Let's see if it would have hit 125. See, once we closed under the 8, usually right here on the next candle, you get a little touch of the 8. That's a great place to get wicked in. But this change was just too abrupt. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order. I just went long at 21,708.75. You have a limit long at previous day high. That's probably not a bad spot. $694. Yep, that's right around there. We're starting to flash a tick up from that lower power zone. Actually, just printed. Just closed above the 8. Like we put in a higher low on that signal line. The delta is starting to show some positive delta candles there. It's a good sign so far. You know, the fact that we crossed under the confirmation line and the delta is still showing some weakness here. Looks like we're going to get another tick down potentially here. If we do get this tick down here, I'm going to pull it. All right, I'm out at break even there. Probably a lot of profit taking happening here. And it is lunch hour. After that big move, it's likely we could just chop sideways. Already starting to see a little chop in the delta. Schroden, do you still have your order in at previous day high? All right, will be interesting to see if we get a bounce there. I got a limit order sitting here as well, just under previous day high. Somebody just rolled up in the driveway that I do not recognize. Must be an Amazon guy or something. The delta is still very thin, so it's weak, it's choppy, but it's thin. So if we get any sort of extended move to the downside, we should snap back. In other words, there's not a whole lot of bears behind trying to push it down. Yeah? Okay. I'll be right back. All right. Ooh, back just in time. I still got a limit order sitting in here to go long. And I almost got picked up. Schroeder, did you get picked up there on the previous day high? I'm a little lower. I'm on this wick right here. Yeah, I know. Just a couple ticks away. I'm sitting here just waiting to get picked up still.
Yeah, I hear you. I know mine is already halfway to my TP. You know, we do have a little bit of a trend line here, though, so we could have one more little push down if we reject off this trend line, potentially take out that low, tag us in, and then give it another shot. Well, that would have hit my target. Yeah, 2 ticks lower. I would have taken profit right there. We might be getting close to short territory here as well. We had our delta cross to the downside right here. This is the first time the signal has pulled back up into the red zone. So hopefully we can get that signal in the power zone and get a tick down for a short. Yeah, I canceled mine too. We are getting closer to short territory, and there's a lot of gaps to fill down here. We're flashing a tick down. It's not quite in that upper power zone, but it might do the trick. Just flashing though. Got 10 seconds. All right, I am short. I'm short from 704.81 on average. There we go. That's still like my favorite setup of all the setups. First target hit. That's 2 contracts off. That makes that 8. Just go ahead and move my stops to break even. Since the first target was taken. Come on, market, don't do it. Looks like I might have been able to flip there on the, originally I had my long right here. That still might end up playing out. We'll see. Don't hit my break even. And of course, it just took me out. So that still would have been a good long there. At least it was a winner. So 2 more contracts at break even. Puts this to 19. Keep in mind, we are still bearish on the cumulative delta, so we should still be looking for shorts. This this little liquidity sweep on that wick right there might have been a good short. This is also an option. This is also an option. I just put in a lower high under this delta, so I just went short again. It's 702.90 on average. So we'll just say it's 703. If the signal ticks back up here, I'll take it off. We got the 12 o'clock noon candle coming in 25 seconds. Do have that choppy delta, so it's risky. Thin ice we're walking on here. We are getting that tick up here, so I am going to pull it. So I'm out there 4 3/4 was the loss on that one. Makes this 132. All right, still waiting for a setup. On the 5-minute, we're actually starting to print a delta squeeze to the downside. We have an exhausted delta. It's not confirmed, but we are ticking down underneath. It does have a negative slope. I am still short biased. You have a limit order short at 727.25. I have a limit order short as well, but I am at 723.75. However, if we get a short signal on the delta before then, I'm probably just going to go ahead and enter on that. We are ticking down again with a very weak delta. All right, we got a tick down. It was an up close candle though, so sometimes those work in your favor. Sometimes you can get a little bit of a discount on the price that way. Yeah. You okay? You want water? All right. I got to go play nurse again. I'll be right back. Put my, make sure my limit order's still in there. All right. Jay Waz, can I have some water too? Sure, let me just pass it through the chat. Wouldn't that be cool if you could do that? Maybe in the future someday. Be like those little air tubes at the bank. Where you could just specify an IP address and shoot it right over. That would be pretty cool. Still very weak delta right here. We're getting another lower high. Delta's negative. Is this it? Is this going to be the one? Again, we got that delta squeeze on the 5-minute. That is confirmed. So looks like I'm going to go ahead and enter on this candle. I'm short again. $21,703.40 is my average. All right, let's get some. How about just an ice cold refreshing short? All right, I'll serve that right up to you. Well, hopefully this move plays out pretty fast because I got to take off here pretty soon and bring her to the doctor and my son. What would be really nice is if we could just get an absolute flush all the way back down to the anchored VWAP. It'd be 594. That would be pretty cool. Jason's back. Listening to the White House press briefing. Maybe they'll say something where they can push the market down. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and move my... I'm going to shoot for 125 instead of 80 on this one. And change up my plan a little bit. And then, if we can hit that, I'll still have a runner on. Go ahead and move my stops to break even. 80 would be right underneath this other swing low. That's the conservative take profit point. Like 683.50. Trying to hit a home run here. We are ticking up from that lower power zone. Looks like it's trying to take out my break even here. I'm going to hold strong. And it got me. It got me. Even if I would have tried 80 on that one, wouldn't have been enough. It's just not enough movement in the price. 40 would have worked. $40 would have worked. Keep in mind, we are still bearish. Delta still under the falling confirmation line, so just waiting for another setup. Sometimes it takes a few tries. All right, we got a tick down that is flashing underneath a falling delta. It is a short, but it's a little less than ideal, just because it's near that midline. Now, if the delta was really strong and negative, that's a definite short right there. But see how it's positive and it's spotty, it's thin. So, I don't know. We might not get a move here. As soon as I leave to take her to the doctor, the market will start moving again. And you guys will be good to go. Starting to chop those EMAs. We're chopping the 8. Still staying on top of previous day high. That's a positive sign for the bulls. Flashing another tick down under that falling delta. Also have the falling confirmation line. It's a short. It's kind of a risky short, though. Hey, John, not fun with the earache. Got that when I was a kid. A lot. Hope she's better. Yeah, me too. On the bright side, if she likes ice cream, smoothies, easier to handle than chewing. It's a good idea. She would probably like that. Well, I passed on this short, so that means it's probably going to go. The short was right here, 12.22. Anybody take that? Still very risky, though, with all these chop boxes on here. You know, playbook says walk away. If you start seeing all that. I got a feeling, though, this one's really going to pull through now that I'm not in it. Go figure, huh? Go figure. The one that I don't take. Yep, that would have been a goodie. Look at that. That was it. That's the tick down below a falling delta. Schroden, I don't know. If you backtest that, as long as the delta is falling and not, even when it's kind of choppy like that, if it's under the delta and it's in the red zone, in my experience, eventually it ends up playing out as long as you keep taking it. Usually, not all the time. But it usually pushes me right to my edge where I throw in the towel like I did. And that's usually the one that goes. There's still a chance. to get in a short here, maybe on the 8. All right, I'm going to try to jump in right here. I just got tagged in. I'm in at 21,691.75. And I got to make this one quick because I got to take off here. Maybe we can make a quick run to the 200. That'd be 657.50. $57.50. Let's give that a shot. Got to make it quick, though. My line in the sand is going to be the 20. If we close above the 20, I'm out. All right, I got my stop at break even. And it just hit me. All right, guys, I'm done for the day. Good luck to you. We will see you guys tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. I will be back, and hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit better of a day. So, yeah, good luck. We'll see you guys later. All right, see you.
I said certified trend, watch that V-boss stick. Trade so clean, got my profits real.
Yeah, I use that VWI, volume weighted, that's the map. Hit my levels, never cap. Big green candles, watch them stack. I'm in the zone, got my setup tight. VW well bouncing, entry right. Big lot size, no scalper life. Trend is strong, I hold all night. Market open, watch the tape, liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend and I decide. Be broke by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. Yeah, I use that view get volume weighted, that's the map. Trend confirm, I let it clap. Catch that move, no looking back. The mode is shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Markets wild, stay composed. Bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Free market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy is strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, it gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I'll let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Why day chop, I step with pride. Midday chop with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Vop on magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. No emotions, risk defined. Vobo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Never lack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look back, momentum shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Markets wild, stay composed. Vow bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy it strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. Vibes keeps me sane. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. No emotion, his get fine. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then